Test, check, check, check. Check, check. All right, I think audio looks good. And we are ready to roll. All right, good morning, everyone. We are here checking out price today, so let's go ahead and get to it. There's been some good movement over the course of the evening, and let's go ahead and chart up our charts. But first, let's take a look at economic calendar events. So today, there's nothing really. There's a FOMC speaker at 12 o'clock, consumer credit, 3 o'clock, nothing really major there. So I think today is going to be a typical trading day. Let's take a look at the charts here and see what transpired over the course of Asia and London. Oh, wait, hold on. My data's not on yet. Gotta get this going. Let's see. Sometimes it takes a little bit before data catches up. Hey, good morning, Kirk. Hope you're doing well, buddy. All right. Data is still loading, so give me some moment here. And we'll take a look at see what happened over the course of the evening. Open up TradingView too, so I can take a look at dollar index. All right. All right, so first things first, taking a look at dollar index. On the daily chart, we are in a range. Right here, we can kind of see we've come to this previous short-term high here. 102.643. Not really a short-term high. It's more like relative equal highs were there. And we even see that we traded into this volume imbalance here as well. So really the next highs would be potentially up here if we do head up there, but let's put some lipstick on this. There you go. So there's that volume imbalance on the dollar index daily chart. We have not breached a short-term high. That's right around one of these two here. It's the high here. 104.263. So 104.263. So that would be the high there. That's a short-term high that we'd have to make it through on the daily for us to shift to the upside. I don't think that we will head up there just yet, given the price action on Friday. But who knows? Let's take a look at the weekly as well. So the weekly, we failed to get up to this fair value gap, and we've headed down since then. We traded up to this bearish order block, and yeah, I think the weekly is going to try to expand lower. After taking out this fair value gap here, see the low on this candle. Low is 103.064, high is 101.101. And so I think that we will continue down to take out this relative equal low here. Bearish dollar typically would typically would lead to bullish indices. So on the weekly, just to make sure I have the Asia range appropriately documented here. That's a pretty large Asia range. We'll go roughly around there. Okay. And then I want to move my midnight opening line to where midnight actually opened. So let's take a closer look at that. So midnight opened at 16448.75. All right, so I've got my midnight opening up and running. Let's take a closer look at what transpired over Asia and London now. Okay, so new week opened. We had a run up to this rejection block. Come on. What's going on here? Let me see if there is a setting that I'm missing here real quick. Okay, looks like my highlight tool is broken right now. All right, I can't figure out what is going on with my highlights. So apparently I can't highlight now. So I will figure that out another time. But so we have this Asia range engulfed by this Asia range as well. London, of course, London's high still here. We did not reach into this fair value gap. In fact, we traded down below the new week opening gap, could not reach back up above that, headed down, took out sell side liquidity there, took out a, let me go to the hourly chart here, took out an hourly rejection block here, and rejection blocks down here as well. If we go to the 4 hour, might be able to see that a little bit easier here. So rejection block on the 4 hour, we traded down to it, and in the process of trading back above it. Now we are below the new week opening gap, so we could certainly treat that as a continuation lower. Now, if we do that, let's look on the daily to get a sense of what we might be able to see. So actually the weekly will be a little bit easier to see here. So if you recall on the weekly, we had mentioned that on the pre-market prep, we had mentioned that didn't want to see it. Oh no. This thing is disconnecting again. OBS, is this what's going to happen? Oh no. All right, so I don't know why OBS is messing with me today. Okay, I should be reconnected here. So apologies if OBS sucks, but I will try to see what the heck's going on with it. Okay, so back to the charts. So we traded down to that 50% mark and traded back up. That leads me to believe that we're not immediately going to head to this weekly BISI low. In fact, this weekly candle, I would prefer it doesn't do anything here, and then it just closes with this being the low of the week. I don't want it to go any lower if my bias is correct. So that being said, what can we look for? Well, we created this gap on the way down last week. On the daily chart, we have this. We have this sell side short-term low here, 16,757.25. So that now can serve as a mitigation block if we move it over. It's a potential mitigation block here. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We know that there's this weekly order block as well. Let's go back to the weekly chart and point that one out. So if you recall, on the gauge with this swing as well, it's the latest swing that we are in. And we can kind of see how we've traded down to the 61.70 levels and are potentially heading back up to the upside without having broken a lower low there. Now, if today closes, we'll have a short-term low here and a short-term low being broken here. Mike seems to be okay. Let me see. Let me test it out on my own. Let me test it out on my own. Test. Yeah, Mike still seems to be working fine. Test. Let's see. Test it out on my own phone. Let me test it on my own. Yeah, seems all right. I can try replugging it in. Let me try that. Okay. All right, I just replugged the mic back in. Hopefully that helps. But we'll continue onwards. So on the 4-hour chart, we are seeing that we're seeing movement higher here. Let me switch over to another chart as we get some price action working this morning. So now we are well above the 1 minute or the midnight open here. And we are trading above this London high as well. So we've now afforded a short-term, I highlight this high, 16,462. Daily buy side just got taken out there. So if that is the case, and if these, you can kind of see the 15-minute or the hourly as well, but you can 15-minute here, you can kind of see we've just barely breached above there. So the question is do we now take this down to this bullish order block here and trade down to that, and then head back higher below that midpoint line and target Asia's high? That would be my next watch to see if it does something like that. 5-minute chart. And the 1-minute chart here. OBS keep disconnecting. Let me see. It's not OBS, it's my actual internet that's cutting out. So, Let me check and see. Why do I even pay for your service? If you ever have BreezeLine, do not get BreezeLine. BreezeLine sucks. And I can't wait for some fiber company to come through here so I no longer have to deal with this shitty internet. Okay, check. Seeing if the mic is still back. I had to disconnect and reconnect. It does look like the internet is cutting out. NAS trading, good morning. My internet is cutting out today. So apologies if this cuts out too much more. I might just have to shut the stream down just because this internet's such garbage. All right, so this is loading back up. My internet connection got cut off, so I need to wait for this to come back. Excellent. Okay. All right, we're back here. All right. Okay, so it looks like it's stabilized a little tiny bit. So let's take a look and see where we are at. So we reached back to the new week opening gap. On the 1 minute. So we breached London's high here. Now I'll keep the 4-hour chart here so we can take a look at that as well. 4-hour failed to make a lower low there. Hourly failed to make a lower low as well. And so here, hold on, let me try to see if I can troubleshoot this. The internet keeps cutting in and out. Oh man, this internet thing is killing me. All right. I just can't wait for this internet to get going. This is such a frustration here. All right, so anyways, take a look at charts. So charts is still here. Good, good. So this week we need to see first if we continue consolidation in this area here. Right now we are in this range of consolidation. So we would want to see some measure of movement outside. Let me get rid of some of these things. Here. So we would want to see if we can get out of, and let me just check this real quick, balanced price range. So there is, okay, so there's a daily bear sell side, got traded through, traded back down through. So I would think that this is no longer relevant here. I'm going to typically with this balance price range from the previous buy side got taken out, this got traded through to and through. So I kind of don't want to treat this as a point of reference anymore, just because it is balanced already, but it's on a daily chart. So I think there's other areas of liquidity to refer to, so I'm going to remove these here. I want to be able to see some of these charts a little bit cleaner here. 7 minutes till 7 o'clock in the morning. London typically dropped. So we don't know if, we can't tell right this moment if that's just a Judas swing to the downside, but we will be watching this high of 16445.50 to see how it reacts at that point in time. Roughly around here, around this level here. There's a bearish, bullish order block there to be respected and a fair value gap. So if we get anything but down below that, that could be an area. Now, this isn't a premium as well, so I'm not putting a huge amount of emphasis on this, but I do see this here as a possible area. We did not trade down to this. We treated this and respected this. We traded down to this fair value gap and then headed higher. So that's what's leading me to see if we actually can displace up and above this new week opening gap here. So I'm looking to see if we can get displacement above this new week opening gap. As you can kind of see, the daily candle is kind of another big wick here. So I don't think we're going to get some major moves. But we can certainly find intraday scalps from liquidity to PD array or vice versa. So this area here, maybe it'd be better if I kind of pulled this apart too. 5 minute. The 5 minute chart here. I'm highlighting this area because this is a bullish order block area on the 5 minute chart. This governs the same segment here. You can see on the 1 minute chart here as well, right? So this is the same area that is governed by this bullish order block, but on the 1 minute chart. It is in a premium based on this swing here. It is still in a premium, but we do have micro swings as well. hourly is still within this range, so we want to see something. If I can get this to work here. So this whole range now is our range that we want to be dealing in, right? So that whole segment is the range that we're in. We need to see how we trade outside of those, right? So a couple things to note. If we can start trading upwards, then this will be a buy side liquidity that we'll want to aim for, this rejection block up here. Asia's high also, key high, because there's relative equal highs up there. So let's mark that as well. So those two areas will be key highs that I would like to keep on my radar. Right there. On the buy side, I think that's what we potentially could run for. Let me take a look at this. Previous day's low, previous day's high. This previous day's high is above this area anyways, so it's close enough. But this will be a safer target. Weekly buy side, this weekly buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, consequent encroachment. We've already come down through the midpoint of this. So this could be a potential reference point. I think that this one's still the more powerful one up here, since it's in a premium. And there's a breakaway gap up above here. So I think that we could trade up to this one still and be still safer. So we'll keep these on. We have this daily sell side short-term low liquidity. In fact, this is no longer salient because we've already referred to that. So now we've got this previous day's low we could refer to, this previous high up here, and this whole day's candle range as well. Nas training, pursuing a prop at the moment. Yeah, I trade Apex Trader Funding. So oftentimes people ask me what I'm trading. If you go to the channel, of course, this link here, Apex Trader Funding link, that takes you over to the prop firm that I trade with. I have no evaluations that I'm trading now. I'm only trading performance accounts right now, so live money. But I also work full time too, so I'm really only able to trade from 7 in the morning until about 9 o'clock, and then I have to go off screen to do some actual work. And I will, of course, have Notepad up when I'm not here. But once we get to a certain point in time, I will have to go off screen, unfortunately. So that's just the way it is, unfortunately. Okay. All right, so price is starting to reject off of that new week opening gap here. We need to see how it responds when it gets down to this fair value gap down here. As we also note on the 5-minute chart that we have potential fair value gap down there as well. That fair value gap would put us, the lower one, so not this one here, but the lower one. I'm going to remove this for now. The fair value gap further down here I guess the bullish order block, sorry, to be more precise. The bullish order block here would be below the 50% mark of this swing. Right there. So that's what I'll be looking for to see if it bounces up off of this and continues higher, or if it's treated the London high as a stopping point and it just kind of stops there and heads back down to take out London low. I don't know. I don't foresee that happening yet, but it is something that I am keen to watch. Of course, if we continue higher, Asia's high is going to be the next area of liquidity because it's got relative equal highs with this previous afternoon session. And then, of course, higher than that, we have our Asia session high as a potential area of liquidity. Now, we do have this sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency that is waiting on the 15-minute. It's also there on the 1 hour. You can see that pretty clearly there. So there are inefficiencies to be traded to up here. And we've just now breached a short-term high on the, so we traded lower high, higher low, lower high, lower low, and then we've now created a higher high here, but we have area of imbalance to be traded to here. So I think that, and let me take a look at dollar once more. Let me take a look at dollar on a lower time frame. Dollar is consolidating on the 15-minute chart. Dollar has been consolidating for quite some time after it traded up through that volume imbalance on the daily chart. And yeah, when dollar's consolidating, there's no real big moves to be taken. You just have to stay careful, stay nimble. You're looking probably for 10, 20 handles on NASDAQ at a time. You can kind of get a gist here, 1380. This went up to 16,440, so that's a solid 60 handles. Then it went from 440 to 410, 30 handles. 410 to 460 roughly now from liquidity to liquidity. So it took out this liquidity on the downside, has now taken out London to the upside, and I'm waiting for it to drop down below here to take this a little bit higher. I want to see us trade down into that 5-minute bullish order block, because that would be closer to midnight, below the midnight opening price. And then we could target Asia's high after that. If we can get above this new week opening gap, then that's what I would target next, followed by Asia's high. Okay. And then once you're done with Asia's high, obviously this rejection block would be the next target on the list on the 1 hour chart. Okay. So that's great. Gotta work with what you got. I used to only have time to trade PM session for 2 hours before work came up. That's awesome, man. Nas trading, are you trading full time now, or are you what are you doing now? Did you make the transition? Oh, looks like we are reaching for this previous monthly intermediate term high. And we are at new week opening gap now, so trading up into new week opening gap at this moment. I do see a 5-minute bullish order block potentially forming here. One minute, we see a little displacement back up to the new week opening gap low. Seeing that respected for the most part here. I was hoping for us to get further down here, but it looks like it might not get that chance. One thing I'm really keeping a close eye on is there's fair value gaps on the hourly here. So there's a SIBI on the hourly. Right there. So you can kind of see how that hourly SIBI, we were trading right up to that right this moment. I can make it a little bit more precise. It's there. So we traded directly to that SIBI. So we need to see what happens now, because this could serve as a PD array for us to head lower and tackle these areas of liquidity as well. It does look like it's reaching up into this. If it reaches above the new week opening gap and treats the new week opening gap as a bouncing off point, then I will take that. I'll take that to the upside, at least to this area, which is a rejection block up there. All right, so we're starting to breach up into that area there as expected. Seeing if we can reach up into the top of that sell side imbalance first. We want to see it bounce off of the top of that new week opening gap. So trade to the top of that new week opening gap, and starting to retrace a little bit there. Watching these charts here. So watching the top of that new week of that sell side imbalance first on the hourly chart. That'll be the first target there. Hit the 1 year mark in July. I still appreciate finishing my degree, which I've given full focus the past few months. Haven't been in the futures game until recently, saw no reason to transition. Oh, nice. So are you trading options mostly, Naz? What are you trading? Are you trading equities? But don't change this working right, but aside from a few pros, so began dabbling, you can say with Top Step. Awesome. Yeah, I know lots of friends that did Top Step as well. They enjoy it. Um, I think that each of the firms has different rules and things like that. So totally understand. Okay, let's see, what else do we have? Need to make this less cluttered. All right, so we still have this very firmly in this area here. Let's see. Look here. Okay. US 30 on several brokers. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're trading the Dow. That's cool. Yeah, Dow's got some really nice moves for sure. I'm sticking with Nasdaq for the time being, just because I like trading the one. You know, if you're trading one instrument, then you got a little bit further mastery on the one instrument, and you just have better understanding of how it moves, right? So that's what I like about trading one instrument at a time. So I respect that. So right now it's a little bit of a slow grind to that upside of that SIBI, but it does look like it's gonna probably reach for that and head up there. It is quite a bit of a slow grind though. It's kind of like starting to accumulate around this area. All right, so seeing a little bit of rejection here. On the 15-minute chart, we're seeing us head back down to this bullish order block here. And we're trading right around the new week opening gap right this moment. Nas trading, I like to hang around live streams in the background while I do my own thing. Had your channel come up on my recommended. I don't come across too many ICT live streams. Oh, no, thank you. I appreciate you being here. I know, really grateful to be able to connect with some folks there. So, yep, definitely worthwhile. I like being able to be an ICT trader that is there. As long as you're profitable, I could care less what you trade. I might trade ICT, others might trade other things, and that's totally fine. As long as you're profitable, you're profitable. All right, so I saw it failed to get down to this bullish order block here, and it left a little bit of a gap in that range here. So we need to see if this south side imbalance wants to be completely rebalanced, or if it continues to respect these bullish order blocks here, then that would be ideal. I would like to see it remain above the new week opening gap here. I would love to be able to see us break above here and treat it as a bouncing off point. That would be ideal for me. The inner, wait, what? The inner circle trader? Wait, no way, that's not Michael. There's no way that's Michael. Is that Michael? There's no way. It is Michael. Thank you so much for joining. No news today and heavy CPI and PP late in the week. Yeah, that's. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. It's a learning process every single day and every single night. Reviewing concepts here. I think that we'll be taking mostly internal range liquidity to internal range liquidity in this consolidation range here. There's not really much we can see on the 4-hour. Dollars in a consolidation range too, but yeah, appreciate everything that you do. The man himself, Inner Circle Trader, is where I've learned a lot of theory that I apply here too, and very grateful for all the work that he's put out. And I wouldn't have been here if I didn't find Michael in October of 2022. So every day is a learning day. So we're watching to see how price reacts at this PD array here. Do we come back down into this area where we've taken sell side liquidity and we're waiting to take out this sell side or buy side liquidity here? That's what I'm looking for. Man, that's so cool. Right now it's just reached a little consolidation, but again, we've been able to support that 5-minute this 5-minute area. I don't want to see us go below this area here, if at all possible. I think we can, and midnight, we're actually above midnight open as well. But since we took sell side liquidity already, I'm more inclined for us to see what happens here if we treat this PD array as a premium PD array within this dealing range here, then we might end up coming back down to aim for sell side liquidity. But for the time being, I don't expect huge moves on Monday, Tuesday, given what Michael had mentioned, the CPI on Thursday and PPI on Friday will be very nimble. On the 1 minute chart, I'm looking at this BISI here. I would prefer it to not trade down to it and just stay in the new week opening gap and bounce right there. We are seeing some evidence of that, but look at what we're doing right at the sell side imbalance on the hourly. Let's see. I'm gonna pull this and separate this into quadrants real quick. All right, so we traded to the 50% mark halfway through that sell side imbalance. So you can see that on this swing grade right there. So I split that imbalance into quarters basically, and I want to see if we continue up from here. Yeah, it looks like success for you. He's got some love and miss you, boss. I think he's referring to Michael. Nas trading. Do your thing, Michael. Love to see it. Kirk, I'm so glad ICT found you. Me too, me too. It's I still have to take a look at some of the new charter. I think he just released a PD price action model 3. What we use is a combo of 2022 and some of the 2016 material that is out there, and we're supplementing it with the things that we learn from price action models. As those get released, I take a look at them and I study them to see how they relate to what we've already learned in the 2022 model, 2023 model, 2016 model. I don't use everything that's in the 2023 model, and just mastering the 2022 model and 2016 content is plenty. So lots more to go there. All right, so we saw a bounce up from the new week opening gap there. We let me take a look at a lower time frame actually. Did we have any other slower time frame items that we bounced from? We did not make it down to that 5 minute or that 1 minute buy side imbalance there. Truth be told, honestly, earlier I was hoping we would make it down to this bullish order block down there, but we left that fair value gap open around the midnight opening price. And if we can make it above the new week opening gap again, I think that would be nice. We are at nearly 7:30, so about an hour before news, 8:30 a.m. news embargo. Man. All right, so So we're now, okay, this is good. We want to see how it reacts at that midpoint again. It does seem to be finding its buy side and then selling off from there. And it's holding at that new week opening gap high. On the 5-minute chart, taking a look a little bit closer at that 5-minute chart, we traded to this range above this bullish order block. We traded down to the bullish order block on 5-minute chart and are currently holding above the new week opening gap. You see what dollar index is still kind of consolidating on the 15-minute chart. It's in a range right now. It could be either direction basically. Okay. Let me find. All right, so this is good. That's a good signature. We want to see a candle close above the new week opening gap, though. And once we breach this short-term high up here, notice how we've been making higher lows, higher highs up until, and we're still respecting this sell side imbalance though. Remember, we are in this premium area. Asia high to low. We're in a premium area. In fact, that's the tip top of the optimal trade entry segment there. If we are going to potentially treat that as a premium array to go lower first. Right now, I would like to see it hold above the week opening gap. And so we're waiting to see how price reacts there. But since we took that sell side out, I'm still thinking that we might have a shot at heading up to tackle Asia's high, given dollar's inability to break above that volume imbalance. Remember, on dollar index, remember on the daily chart, we ended up trading up to this volume imbalance first and then rejecting from there. We're right in the middle. Again, it's a consolidation zone. Either we went down into a buy side imbalance as well, and we broke above this short-term high there. So it's possible a dollar could head higher as well. Case can be made for both from what I see. So just gonna look to see how price reacts here. All right, so dollar came back down into and below the new week opening gap here. So this is probably an area, if we drop well below there, then we'll probably end up invalidating this move and we'll respect the hourly sell side imbalance here. So far, no lower low though. So I'm happy with that. But on the 1 minute time frame, I am looking at the fact that we did not breach above the 50% swing mark there. Hey, good morning, Phoenix. Good morning. So let's see how price reacts here. Now, note that we still do have that hourly buy-side imbalance. There's still 26 minutes left in this hourly candle, so there's plenty of room for it to trade lower. And London technically traded lower as well with that move there. So keeping our eyes peeled on that. One thing to note that we have traded through. Let me see if we traded through to the midpoint of this. I think we have now. So we traded through the midpoint of that bullish order block, potential bullish order block. I was hoping this mitigation block would hold up there, but I don't know if it will get that, will be that fortunate. It does look kind of heavy after all. Let's see, where is candle close on the 5 minute? Where do we close? A few more seconds here. Okay. So candle closed below that 5 minute fair value gap, but still within this order block there. 15-minute candle is going below the 50% area of the order block, but still holding above it. So that's okay. We don't want to see candle close below this if we are looking for price to head higher. We don't want to see candles close below that 50% mark, mean threshold of the down close candle there. So I'm going to watch that closely. About 9 minutes left on that one. But having reached a new week opening gap and then rejecting from the top of that, we'll see if we start to breach this short-term low here. We might aim for sell side liquidity if we breach that short-term low. I want to see if basically if the price wants to head down to these relative, you can't see that really easily there. Let me move this over to the side, but there's relative equal lows on the 15-minute chart and a buy side imbalance here that I think that's still in a premium. Let me see. That would still be in a premium. Well, very much in a premium. So I think that it can head all the way down to potentially here and then take that out before heading higher if it's going to. Remember, this is an hourly fair value gap that we're rejecting from right now. No, it's 6:40 Eastern. Let's see, 6:40 Eastern, 5-minute fair value gap. Oh, okay, so this fair value gap up here. So this would be, that would be a buy side imbalance that's above, that would be below midnight open, and there's a 5-minute, I think that's a propulsion block actually, looking at this. Yeah, I think there's a bullish order block on the 5-minute there, traded down to it. So we have a buy side imbalance. Let me take a look at the swing. That's what, from the swing low to swing high down there, it would be within that range that we would be looking for there. So, and we've already traded down through. There's no, well, we do see, let me see if I can pull this over as well. You can kind of see how we traded directly down. That candle's low was 16,410.25, 16,410. So we took that with one tick. That's what I think would be referred to as institutional order flow entry to the upside. So we traded through this already here. Let me clear that so you can see this a little bit clearer. So relative equal lows right here. 16,453.50, 16,453.50. And it's now heading down towards that area now. So we'll watch and wait. Again, let me remove this so it's not blocking your view. So this blue box down here is that 5-minute buy side imbalance that Michael pointed out, which is above this 5-minute bullish. Oh, also one thing to note as well, within that 5-minute buy side imbalance, there is a down close candle that is coupled with a buy side imbalance on the 1-minute chart as well. Down here, you can see that pretty clearly over here. Let's see if I can scrunch this up a little bit more. So we'll see if price wants to go down there. So far it hasn't quite come down below this sell side yet. It's engineering some sell side liquidity there. You can see that low is 16,453.75. So there's 1, 2, 3 touches there, making retail think that it's safe and that might serve as support. But we know that's liquidity waiting to be taken by the algo. So I think we see a nice little drop down here. And then we need to wait and see how does this react? Does it react at that at this buy side imbalance here. Time, there's no reason for it to react here. It's not quite yet 8:30 in the morning yet, but at the 8:30 a.m. news embargo, that's when I would be curious to see. Let's see if it continues to play around here and stick within its little range. Okay, so we've now breached that short little sell side. Yeah, so on NASDAQ, 630. Oh, I see. Do I have the wrong one listed? 640. Let me look on TradingView. TradingView, 5-minute chart. 645, 640. So let me make sure I have the right one here. This is the 640. So this is the 641 is what you're saying? Okay, so let me take a look at the chart here. 640. Okay. That is slightly different on my data. So let's see. Let's see. Potential breaker and inversion fair value gap on the 5-minute. So basically on TradingView, the 6:40 a.m. 5-minute fair value gap. This is the one that TradingView says is the 541. So looks like we have a little slight time difference there, and that's okay. It's close enough. It's close enough. Yeah, that's okay. It's good call though. I mean, there's differences in data, and right now that fair value gap, now that I looked at it on TradingView, it does look like price has been supported around that area. So um so let's see how if price is supported there. I need to take a look at some of the 15 minutes chart here. Remove that. So price went down into and took out relative equal lows there. And yeah, I see that on TradingView now. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So it took out a short-term low there on the 5-minute chart. So let me get rid of this one here. So it took out a slightly short-term low down here. It is still referring to London's high, it looks like there. Let's see. I think I accidentally moved my Asia range. So we're gonna watch that closely now. You can see a high, lower, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, lower high, lower low, and we'll see how price reacts now because we went into that hourly sell side imbalance. Let's look back at a higher time frame real quick. 4-hour chart still as expected. Daily still within the daily candles range of this high and this low. Hourly still within this area here. Higher high has been breached already, so let's see where we can go from here. Initial target could be this high of 16,476. Okay. Hey, welcome back. Morning's good. Morning's been really pleasant. Good positive vibes around this. Price is kind of done mostly what we wanted it to do, or rather, it hasn't dropped precipitously. Considering that dollar has been in consolidation, we've been pretty careful here. Earlier in the chat, we had a couple of things pointed out that I had missed from ICT. There is a 5-minute fair value gap to watch out for. I need to go back and study. I need to go back and study why this one and why not. Why we treated this as a. I think we treat this as a measuring gap. Because it's not quite a breakaway gap. The breakaway gap was down here after we took out a previous short-term low here. But I think I need to study that a little bit. I'll take a look at that afterwards as well. So we're heading back up to the new week opening gap low again. And we'll see if it has some difficulty here or if it stays around this area until 8:30. and then we'll take a look at 8:30 in the morning. We're going to take a look and see what were the most recent highs and lows that formed immediately before that 8:30 a.m., right before 8:30 a.m.'s news embargo. Because those highs and lows will be what gets referred to during the morning. And unfortunately, since I have to work 9 to 5, I will only be able to be on here to read the tape until about 9 o'clock, and then I'll have to go off screen. I'll keep recording the day so I can come back and watch the price later on in the afternoon. But I won't be here after 9, unfortunately, because meetings. 9 to 5 definitely is a difficult one. Allows for only movement and trading in the morning or in the Asia time, which I don't like trading during Asia. All right, so price is heading back down into that 5-minute fair value gap there. Let me extend this a little bit so we can see a little bit more on the 5-minute chart. So we're back down into that fair value gap. Okay. And we've again referred to it once more. Look at that price action. Look at that behavior around that area. Very interesting. Taking a look at the overall Asia range. Four minutes left in the 15-minute candle here. So we'll see if that candle closes above this buy side imbalance. It did go up to fill in that entire sell segment there. And we have reaction. That's quite a reaction. Wow. Okay, so again, we're back at new week opening gap low. Nothing to be really too excited about yet. It's still in this consolidation area. And we still need to see if it remains there. If we see this candle continuing and eventually closing above this new week opening gap, that would be ideal for me. Again, like I mentioned in the past. Minute candle just closed right at the new week opening gap low. One to listen to and chill for sure. Wish I had equity open at 9:30. Still hard to maintain 6:30 sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, Dusko. Good morning. Wish you a great week as well. And if I think about it, yeah, we're sorry, missing a few comments here. We are in accumulation now before redistribution. Yeah, I can see that as well. That's why I'm targeting. It doesn't have to get up there, but that's why I'm targeting potentially Asia's highs since we took out Asia's lows there. I'm wondering if we aim for Asia's highs next. That's what I would likely prefer. So we're seeing some movement above here. Okay, that's good. So that long concept here, now we've taken, we'll be reaching and breaching this segment here. So what time is it? 7:58. We saw accumulation occur. Shorts just kind of got squeezed there pretty deeply, actually. And we're reaching up into this hourly SIBI a little bit further. So if we reach and breach the high end of that SIBI, as it does look like we're approaching right now, I will take 2 contracts off. Let me see if I can slap that fib on once more. So we are looking at the segmentation, and we can kind of see. Let me see if I can make that available on all charts briefly. Okay, so what does that segmentation look like? That's what it looks like on the 5-minute chart. And now we're reaching the height. So we just breached the high of that. 2 contracts off right there. Sell stops can be moved into profit now. And we've got our next sell limit. Our next, let me get rid of this. It's a little cluttery. So our next sell limit is at this. You see that that line there? Let me set this a little bit so you can see a little bit more. So here we're now above that sell side imbalance. It's a balanced price range. Thanks, Michael. No, I appreciate you pointing that out. Michael, I need to go back and study why that specific one versus versus others. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, profit targets definitely hit there. But yeah, I need to understand why. I need to look deeper into why this 5-minute fair value gap versus the prior one here. I think that it's because we treat this. I think it's because we treat this as a measuring gap, and we saw that this was a balanced. This price range itself here had been traded to and through multiple times, so we were at the top end of a balanced price range, I think. So I think that's why this one was referred to the most. But really, you know, thanks for popping in, Michael. I appreciate the guidance there. So grateful, very grateful to still have you around. If you guys don't know, for everyone who's watching here, Michael or Inner Circle Trader is going to be, I think he's already doing the Robbins Cup this year for 2024 because a few of the more experienced traders decided to do it with him. So I'm going to be excited to watch that. I'm really excited to watch that, actually. That's going to be one of the most fun things to watch this year, I think. So looking forward to that greatly. And best of luck. I know it's not luck; it's all the algo, but yeah, best of luck on that endeavor. Looking forward to seeing all of the Robbins Cup updates there. Hopefully Vinny E-Mini goes and joins there, but I'm guessing he won't. But my goodness, that dude, I can't believe how much shade this guy throws ICT's way. It's so ridiculous. So what we're looking at next, why I have that line here, is I see that as a rejection block, as a potential area of the next PD array that we could potentially reach for. So far, we saw on the lower time frames, we saw that we pretty much immediately rebalanced off the top of that sell side imbalance there. And so I think that we'll continue to reach for this rejection block here. And that will be where I take another contract off. And of course, that high being Asia high would be the morning session. That would be, even right now, would be plenty. Keep February 6th. Okay, February 6th is when he'll begin. So we'll look forward to keep that date on your calendar, everybody, and keep streaming and practicing, Johnny. Good luck to you. Thank you. Very grateful to have you here. Yeah. Yep. Good luck. And let's see, LP Trades, good luck. Bentahar, nice to see ICT joining. Yeah. It's a fan favorite of many, and definitely appreciate the time here. All right, so we've reached up into this into the sell side imbalance here on the hourly. Notice on the hourly we closed above that SIBI here. So I'm looking to see now, do we treat that as a inversion fair value gap to help us move higher? That's what I'm going to be looking for next, really. Time wise, it's 8:04. Actually, let's take a closer look at that too, because that move, I want to take a look at that move. So it's from 7:50 in the morning till 8:10. That little macro there, we saw accumulation in those ranges. And we also noted that this is a balanced price range there. So accumulation above that range and 750 to 810 macro allowed us to take sell side, fail to take sell side again. And technically, if you look real closely, let me see if I can pull this up here. Looks like my trailer just got stopped out in profit, so that's okay. We have plenty of profit there. We had a shift there, displacement above this short-term high, return back into this fair value gap briefly, and then we went off to the races there. So so now once we're gonna be looking for price, and let me see if the midpoint of this can be supported here now. Let's use a swing template. So what I'm looking for now is the midpoint of that sell side imbalance, is it going to be respected here? Awesome. Man, that's so cool. That's so cool that ICT joined the stream. I'm still, oh man, that's so nuts. Let's see, Ziad, do you think that it's gonna reach the prior day's high? I think definitely, Ziad, that's possible. Gave you a plug on my. Oh no, people are gonna. Hold on, let's. People are gonna end up, uh, finding me. It's. Well, appreciate that, Michael. Uh, thank you very much. So for everybody that doesn't know, if you go to youtube.com/@InnerCircleTrader, that's Michael's channel. This is where I learn everything that I do, and oh, that's so cool. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's so cool. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful trade there. I love it. So if you don't know, definitely go follow Michael. Something that we're looking forward to really closely is I think Michael is working on a book once he gets the official item from YouTube that says he's reached that 1,000,000 mark. He's going to release that. So we're looking forward to reading that and seeing what kind of gaps can be filled in from the theory that we've gained from YouTube so far. So thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. It's a struggle for sure. I mean, it's a difficult thing to master, but um, you know, with these little clues, we can now take, I mean, everybody here, you can now take the clues that ICT dropped in the morning, and you can say, go back and look, okay, well, at 6:40, ICT, he mentioned, oh, I just deleted that on accident. ICT mentioned to keep an eye on this area here. Why, right? So our goal is to really take that and understand and look back. Hey, why might price have been? Why might it have been a good idea to keep and note that fair value gap, right? Like, why is it that we might have thought to keep that price there? Why is the algo saying, hey, this is enough back and forth. I've taken out sell side and we're aiming for premium PD arrays now. That's what I'm going to be journaling about at the end of the day. So, yep. He's using us as indicators. Yeah. Yeah, no. He does and Michael definitely does go to some retail channels to see what the sentiment is for sure. We in the morning we had noted Asia's and London's price action. We were looking for price to head higher. We missed our earlier the earlier movement. We didn't wake up in time to come back down to this area here, but we were hoping to get back down to this area, but in fact it only stopped dead in its tracks right around here, right about where this whole London consolidation, at the top end of that consolidation there. So let's see, let me take a look. I missed a couple of comments here. Thank you, Johnny. Could you tell us what's your draw on liquidity? I'll be there to tell you why I think, because I would go in depth if I said why here. Yeah, so Ziad, for draw on liquidity, I like to use the 4-hour. Because we have CPI on Thursday, I am not expecting us to move greatly outside of this range here. So you can kind of see this whole segment here. It's a dealing range from this low to this high is what I consider to be our current dealing range. And this is on a 4-hour chart too, by the way, as you can see, right? Remember, this last week we traded down to this area of this area of consolidation down here, right? And so this is about where I would expect for us to consolidate, and then maybe if we start to see reversal here, I would expect us to treat that as a potential market maker buy model, this whole segment up here, if we can get up there. Now, one key thing to remember is January, I believe January seasonally tends to be bearish, and we've seen quite a move already to the downside. We are in an election year, so I'm keeping that in mind. But for this week's range, I'm not expecting us to really go much higher out of these candle close range. We might wick higher and lower, but I'm not expecting us to wick or go anywhere until Thursday. I think that we're going to build. My thoughts are that we're going to build up buy side, build up sell side, and keep this consolidation tight for the week. And then I think we're going to end up breaking that during Thursday's CPI. Let me pull that up for anyone that's not aware. Most of you who are trading are already aware, but Thursday's CPI value and Friday's PPI is really where the brunt of the move is going to be. Everything that happens from now until then is, in my opinion, to set up the move for that. Okay? So we traded back down into this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. And let me just take a quick look at this swing here. So we traded down, and that's a 50% mark of this swing so far. But I was looking at the grading of this, and we pretty much before, if you look, we dragged this to earlier's price action. We traded to the midpoint and just above it, and then we went back, picked up more orders, and busted through the rest of that range. Ultimately retraced to the low end of this. I was hoping that we would treat this as an inversion fair value gap. So let me get rid of this here real quick. So I was hoping on the 5-minute, I was hoping that we treat that as an inversion fair value gap, and then we head higher to take out this, we go back to the hourly, this rejection block here, and of course, Asia's high. So those are the draws that I was thinking for today. Yeah, had a good profitable morning. Had a little tip from Michael this AM about that 640. If you look on your charts on NASDAQ at 640 AM, that 5-minute fair value gap was kind of key. I was thinking that we would head lower, but this indeed was left open as, I believe, a measuring gap. So, and we're seeing that we are bouncing right off the low of that sell side imbalance on the hourly. So I think we're going to head towards this rejection block next, and then of course Asia's high. Let's look on the 15-minute to see if there's anything else up here. So what else resides above here? So we have a sell side imbalance on the 15-minute. If we are to break, of course, if we are to break the Asia's high up there, we have a short-term relative equal highs up here that we can aim for. So we got exactly what we were looking for there. We treated the low of that sell side imbalance as a jumping off point. We traded down into this buy side imbalance below 50% mark. And we are now trading at the high end of the SIBI. 14 minutes until 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. open. And let's see if we end up creating relative equal highs at that Asia's high. I'm curious if we end up doing that before 8:30 a.m. open. And then if we start to drop from there and head lower before 9:30 a.m. open. So I like that the hourly candle closed above that sell side imbalance there. And I like the what we're seeing here. Okay. Ah, I see. I see. I see. So I was looking at I was looking at ICT's image here. What we had considered was potentially a measuring gap. That was incorrect. This is more so a breakaway gap uh, from this area of consolidation. So we had this bullish order block traded down, propulsion block traded through, breakaway gap, fair value bullish fair value gap or buy side imbalance, and man, that was a beautiful entry there. We exited it at that top as well, and we can kind of see how it fully retraced that sell side imbalance and is now trading up above here. So there you go. You've gotten some good mentorship today from Inner Circle Trader as well. And let's see how the rest of the day goes. So I missed that re-entry there. But again, we're in quite a bit of premium, so it's kind of it's kind of difficult to be taking. For me mentally, it's kind of difficult for me to be taking longs this far up, but we haven't created a lower low yet. We haven't created a true market structure shift on a lower time frame, at least. We haven't seen any displacement to the downside just yet. Let's see what happens at 8:30 in the morning, of course. But Nas trading this morning's been eventful. I appreciate the stream. Looking forward to your progress. Thank you. You'll be heading out. Take care, brother. You too. You too. Thank you so much for joining and appreciate having you here. All right, so we're approaching that rejection block at 16,493. We'll see if we end up hitting that before 8:30 in the morning. So yeah, so this is kind of what I have to do now, is because I work 9 to 5. I think I'm gonna have to just get to bed earlier, wake up, see what happened during London, get prepped at 6 in the morning. I'll probably try to wake up and trade and look to see what happens from 6 in the morning until about 8 or 9 in the morning, and then I'll have to head out for work, of course. So try to make that my consistent schedule. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'll be able to stream in the morning. Even Tuesdays and Thursdays, when I physically have to go in the office, I'll probably be able to look to see if I can find a macro from 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. and then I have to head off to work. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'll only be recording price action to study it later. On Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I should be here. Even if I'm off screen, I'll try to pop in and drop some notes on the chart with a notepad. But yeah, I think this is going to be what we have to do. I mean, life circumstances kind of governs. I can't wake up in time for London, so I'm not going to be able to hit the 3 to 4 o'clock, silver bullet. But maybe if I wake up at 6 through 8, that's a couple hours. There's plenty of time for move. There's plenty of movement, as you can see, plenty of movement to be able to take. It might not be like low resistance movement, but sometimes, I mean, as you can kind of see here, sometimes it can be. So, Let's see, waited for 8:15 to get long, but I ate. 8:15 is good. Still got a nice little move from there. Success for you. Do you live in New York? I'm Eastern time zone, but I live in Ohio. So same time zone for many of us East Coast traders. How about you? Success for you? So again, today we're noting that remember, we're in the lower half of a weekly buy side imbalance, and we've got this 15-minute sell side imbalance above us to potentially target if we break above this as well. One thing to note is these bodies form a relative equal high here, so I wouldn't expect us to immediately bust open above that, but if we do, you can kind of see how we have a low. It's not a significant low, but we are seeing that we see a low, high, lower, low. So if we do see us bust out above it, and now note that we're reaching that rejection block soon. So that hourly rejection block, we're going to probably breach that in a moment here. So note that. And I kind of do see like whenever I see this, where I see one drive, a second drive, and a third drive, I'm kind of hesitant to think it's going to go higher when I start to see that type of signature heading into a potential rejection block. So I'm curious to see what happens here at this rejection block. Yes, I realize there's a relative equal high here. But so we just achieved that rejection block there. We've broken through there. Now, of course, Asia's high is the next target, followed by this short-term high up here. You can kind of see those on the hourly as well, right? Sydney, Australia. Oh, awesome. From down under. That's cool. I love the fact that we've got like worldwide folks here, and I know it's towards the afternoon. Actually, yeah, what time is it in Sydney now? Is it late afternoon? Is the trading day done for you there, or do you typically trade New York all the way to New York close? Watch this closely now. So we're reaching up towards this Asia's high. Bentahar, Johnny, will it take buy side liquidity and reverse? You can look for signatures. If it's going to take buy side liquidity and reverse, then you'll start to look for price action to kind of give you displacement, give you, like, you'll see 1 minute time frame short-term lows. You'll see those broken with big dark candles. So you want to wait for that type of signature before you take a rejection here. There are more seasoned traders can take a look to see if we see wicks at the high here. If you see wicks there and you see displacement, that could be another indication. For the time being, I think that since we are still dealing within this internal range liquidity, I think it's possible that it will reject, but wait for 8:30 a.m. news. That's going to tell you what direction it's going to go, whether it's going to head higher to this PD array first and then head down lower to take out this sell side liquidity. Because keep in mind, within this dealing range, these are all still internal liquidities, right? So if we trade higher, we're taking out buy side liquidity. Is there a discount PD array that we could trade down to and then head even higher? Yes, there is. So I think you have to kind of check and wait for the lower time frames to show you that there's like really big displacement, kind of like how you saw big displacement on Asia's candle here. You want to see big displacement candles before you take a short, if you're not used to taking rejection blocks. So right now, I can't tell if this is going to reject completely. I don't have enough evidence yet. right? Eminence Capital, respect for you, Johnny, to share your journey in live. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, Eminence. It's difficult. It's definitely challenging for sure. So right now in Australia, it's 12:25 a.m., 3 to 4 a.m. local time. Wow, you are staying up early or staying up really late. Nomos Foster, Michael put a plug in for this channel, so I'm checking it out. Oh, thank you, Nomos. Yeah, I wish I could trade. I wish I could trade throughout the New York Open. I tried to take a little bit of time off to trade during the December time period. I'm gonna be. I won't be able to do that as frequently anymore. So you'll probably see me drop off when it gets closer to 9 o'clock in the morning, because then I have to go get breakfast. Thankfully, my wife made some food, so I'm really fortunate there. But I'm gonna have to drop off around 9 o'clock in the morning, so I'm gonna miss all of New York Open and all of that because I have to work. But this is what you have to do, right? Like if you work a 9 to 5, you kind of have to, and you're in the East Coast time, New York time. You kind of have to work with what you have. And from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, there's plenty of movement here. Look at that. Just if you had traded the low here at 7 o'clock, that was 16,450 roughly. And even if you took that to the high of this, let's say you took that to the high there, 16,480, that's like 30 handles of movement. That's a lot of movement, right? That's plenty. If you could do that each day, I mean, that's plenty of movement. I mean, take a look at if you guys go to Michael's channel and go into community, he has a snip board here of the trade that we took today that he helped. So he took that 16,450 roughly around that area. He took that all the way up to 16,480, exactly that. 30 handles, right? So that's more than enough, and that's more than plenty to go. So we took that trade as well and scaled out. But yeah, that was it's more than enough, and I think that if you can trade New York and trade the rest of the day too, then phenomenal, right? Like just my work forces me to trade a little bit earlier than most. So I appreciate all of you being here. No, greatly appreciate you supporting here. I'll try to sleep early enough so I can get on at 6 a.m. and trade 6 to 8:30-ish. That'll be the goal at least. So news, we're at news opening. It looks like we traded down to this bullish order block, high 1647.25, this low 16,488.25. So we barely traded down to there. There's a short-term low trading here. So if you start to see evidence of like really big dark candles, then potentially that could be signifying that we have reversed. Otherwise, you'll treat this as a bullish breaker. So on the hourly you kind of see how we have this. Let me see if I can make this a little bit easier to see. So you have obviously we traded down here at the end of the week, right? And we failed to trade back down there. So I treat this as a significant drop there. So I'm taking the last hourly candle here, and we're gonna keep an eye on this throughout the day. I'm gonna mark this on a breaker template. I use a golden color for that. So you'll probably find lower time frame like subtleties there, but if we break above this and see displacement above this, I would treat this as a bullish breaker, and we could treat the middle of that as an entry point, but the top and the middle would be entry points to aim for this PD array at 16,540, 16,550. So yeah. Let's see. So I missed a couple of chats here. Stock Trader, good morning, good morning. 492, all out for now. Good job, Phoenix. Sean, your work, what do you do? I'm working as a product manager in cloud IT consulting. So I'm in a consulting firm right now. So I work on a computer for the majority of the day, and I love trading. It's so much fun, and you get to really learn a lot about yourself on the journey. There's been a lot of ups, lots of downs, but yeah, definitely worthwhile learning this. Killa crossover, new subscriber. Happy to join you on this journey. Thank you, Killa. Appreciate you. Really glad to have you here too. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, but grateful to have you here. We're trying to cultivate, really, we're just trying to cultivate a positive environment. It doesn't matter, like, you don't have to trade inner circle trader concepts. I know plenty of people that don't trade it. They trade typical retail concepts and pattern, and they do fine, right? Well, this channel, I trade inner circle trader concepts, and I try to, rather. Michael's the one that trades them appropriately, but I do my best to constantly learn each night, each day, each weekend, and apply that learning to what I see here today. We looked at dollar index earlier today. We noted what was happening, what potentially could happen. We looked at NASDAQ earlier in the morning. We noted that we took sell side liquidity during London, and we failed to get lower at 6 o'clock in the morning, which jump started this whole move to take out London high liquidity, followed by Asia hourly PD array. And you'll note that Michael also, if you go to his channel, you'll note that he also noted a SIBI/premium array with buy side liquidity waiting there. So that was something that we were both targeting. So that was really nice to see that we're on the right track there. Yeah, I think that was exactly the play, right? Aiming for rejection block here, aiming for potentially Asia's high areas, and we hit all that, right? We hit every single one of those. In fact, we didn't quite hit the high here, but that's okay. We kind of pointed out that we could treat this as a rejection block potentially. I think it's going to get taken out though. Just looking at price action, I think it's going to get taken out. Nomos Foster, nice. I have that marked as a rejection block up there. Yeah, absolutely. Cyan Mindset. Hey, Johnny, I heard ICT was here. He was. Yeah, if you look up in the chat, we do have ICT here. If you, let me see if I can find myself here. YouTube. Let me see if it shows. So it looks like, yeah, we had ICT joined a little bit earlier. One thing to note for anyone that's new who just joined the stream, February 6th is when he'll be doing the Robbins Cup stuff. And yeah, he was here earlier, and he helped me as we were going along to move my eyes towards a balanced price range and a 640 AM 5-minute fair value gap. One thing to note is that so 640 AM on TradingView was a little bit different than here. So if I look at 640 AM, this treats this bar here is the 640 AM. On TradingView, this is the 640 AM fair value gap that he was referring to. So one thing to note with TradingView versus if you're using Rhythmic and Apex Trader funding like I am, for those that don't know, I am using this prop firm called Apex. You can find it on my YouTube. Don't trade it, obviously, if you haven't learned yet. Just focus on learning on demo. But yeah, so ICT was here, and it was great. Forex Circle, do you do top-down analysis and come up with bias before market opens? Yes. So on Sunday, we're typically looking at what happens on the higher time frame analysis. We look at monthly, weekly, daily, 4-hour. We look all of that. We look at all of that. So, and this particular week is a little bit interesting because we came all the way down to a 4-hour. We came down to a 4-hour fair value gap last week, right? And we bounced off of that pretty savagely. So what does that mean? Well, we need to see now if on the 4-hour chart, do we see us break above a short-term high on the 4-hour chart? We've seen a higher short-term low here so far. We failed to get down below here. And we're now seeing movement. We saw an initial move lower to start this week off, and now we're heading higher. And if we start to take out buy side liquidity and we start to take out this short-term high here, then we can start to get an idea that we're potentially getting a market structure shift back to the upside. How far high can we go? So I'm noting that we have this high, low, higher, high here, and then we have displacement lower. I think that we're going to head back up to this breaker, and we'll probably treat this maybe in the middle of January, potentially head up to that at the very least. If we don't break from there, we'll end up taking out higher liquidity, even higher than that. But that's also what we are looking at on the dollar. So on the dollar, higher time frames, we are also seeing that it failed to reach higher highs. So my thoughts are we're going to end up heading lower on dollar, especially considering potential rate cuts if they do that. Let's see. Let's go. Big win in the chat, boys. Yeah, absolutely. Almost on the Ninja. Yep. So Rhythmic uses NinjaTrader, or you can use Tradeovate and TradingView too. It does cost maybe like $10, $20 more. And a lot of people that I know are using Tradeovate to trade on TradingView so that you can trade kind of like how Michael trades on TradingView and just trade right from the charts. You can do that as well. So that's if you trade Apex. I can't remember. I think you can do that on Top Step as well. I have no affiliation with Top Step. I just know friends that trade with it and love it. They like the payouts and whatnot. They like being able to take it out more frequently. I prefer Apex. I really enjoy Apex trading. But yeah. Let's see. Let me see something here. So before I go, I'm gonna have to go soon. So I'll show you some of the markers here. So I got stopped out of a trade earlier this morning, and then I took a return back to that fair value gap. I took a position here, and I legged out of that position at the top of that fair value gap. Similar to, so ICT traded right when it came down into this fair value gap here, and this is where I entered as well. So that was the trade for the morning. I think waiting for key liquidity to be taken out, I think was really, really key. I'm going to take note of that my entries should have waited for liquidity pool to be taken if our bias was bullish. So that's something that I'll be journaling about later. And let me turn off markers so that it doesn't clutter the chart. Let's see. If you could run that quickly, like target-wise, it would be awesome. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So let me get rid of some of these here. So this is NASDAQ. And you can always watch, Forex Circle. I always, on Sunday, I take a look at higher time frames, but you can kind of see how on the monthly we potentially could reach lower, but we've had this intermediate term high that we've started to reject off of, right? On the weekly chart, same thing. You can see that we traded to the 50% mark, and this is something I mentioned during Sunday prep as well. We traded down to that 50% mark, and we've jettisoned up from there. So new week opening gap, we're looking for manipulation. So something that I mentioned during the session is we started here, right? So this is our opening, and what I'm looking for this week is to see evidence of this, of us moving down. So you kind of see how we moved down there, right? I'm hoping that we end up heading up into this region here, and then we end up, retracing. I don't know exactly how far we'll retrace, but I'm hoping we see something like that, basically. That's what I'm looking for this week. So, it could retrace all the way back down here too. I don't know, but I'm looking for us to see this initial Judas swing on the on power of 3. I want to see us head lower first today and show evidence that we're willing to head higher, right? So that's what I'm expecting on the weekly. That's what my draw kind of looks like. And then of course you head down to the daily chart, you start to see price action and how it rolls here. Please disregard the vertical lines. I need to take out some of the old IPTA data range stuff. But you can kind of see how we traded down into this fair value gap here to the T. There's that old 4-hour buy side imbalance, and we are trading back up now. So far, we've only broken below a short-term low on the daily. So in order for us to head higher, I would prefer seeing us break above this short-term high on the 4-hour chart, which we're on now. And that kind of drives your daily bias. All of those combined, right? So hopefully that was helpful. And let's see. On same chain of thought, not trading today, waiting for more info. Good. Nomos, you're new to Apex. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's one of many. There's so many prop trading firms out there. You just kind of have to look and see which ones like work for you, right? So LP Trades got to hit the road now. Catch you tonight, hopefully. Sounds good, man. I probably won't be on tonight as I've shifted my time frame to be available early in the morning. But yeah, we'll catch up tomorrow morning if anything. Haven't started yet. No more blessings. Happy you're doing your thing. No, appreciate you. Yeah, appreciate you. We'll continue to learn, right? T both pro, good stuff. Dollar power of 3 on a monthly looks most likely with a monthly expansion lower. Yeah, dollar on the monthly could be. It could definitely expand lower. We weren't able to take out the high, and we've shifted the past couple months. So what's left? Well, on the dollar, we traded up into this sell side imbalance. And remember, we traded up into a really key monthly SIBI up here. So we created a lower high, lower low down here as well, but lower high in general. And so I could definitely see us maybe trading up to this inversion fair value gap on dollar at most. And then we could aim for external liquidity on the dollar there. So let's see what happens. Let's see what plays out over the month. Okay, so today I need to remove this. Sorry, this is old. So I think weekly, we consolidation until Thursday CPI, I think is what I'm thinking. We need to see, let me see, what is this high? 16,577. 16,577 broken. Need to see 16,577 4-hour short-term high broken. Want to see, and then we'll say want to see expansion to upside. What's that? Short-term low 16,757. Bearish breaker. So I'll leave that here as a potential. I think I need to copy and paste that onto the hourly. So I'll do that as well. Okay, so let me keep the hourly somewhere that you can see it. And I'll record price the remainder of the day. So wait for 9:30 a.m. open, of course. Actually, I could probably put this here and it would be fine too. Trying to maximize the amount of stuff that you can see that's relevant, and still be able to see stuff on the chart. There we go. So you can still see this is the thing that I'm aiming for. If we can get a movement above here. If we can't, if we continue to see no lower highs, then we might head down into this BISI. So that's the only thing that I see. Could go up as monthly, not required, but it's outside liquidity with lower range. Okay, cool. Forex circle, I like it. Glad to see ICT traders out here doing their thing. Good stuff. Keep it up. Best wishes. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, team. So I think that's gonna have to be it for me. I gotta go prep for the day. Had a good couple of trades there in the morning, and yeah. Thank you very much, Michael. Don't know if I think Michael's probably gone off to teach his son or trade a little bit, but yeah, appreciate you being here. Appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you very much for connecting here. And, you know, I'll continue to do this and prep for the day the night before. What I typically try to do is put my thoughts into YouTube comments in the community side. I try to put my thoughts on that tab so that I'll come here and I'll put a little caption here, and I'll try to, you know, get an idea of what I saw happen that day and where I see it going tomorrow. I'll try to do that during the evening times, and then we'll be up bright and early in the morning. Probably try to aim for 6 a.m. to 7:30 on the work days, like Tuesday, Thursday. I'll try to get on maybe like 6 to 7. Try to maybe I'll go till like 8 and be done to be able to trade 7 to 8 on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday I'll be here 6 to 9, and then I'll have to pretty much hop off around now to go do work. So today you see, so right now you kind of see relative equal highs formed here. So if we start trading lower, traders are going to think that this is going to go lower, right? I think on the hourly we could potentially head down lower, but I think that we're going to eventually trade higher. You'll want to pay close attention to this 5-minute short-term low down here, because there are areas of liquidity beneath that. We haven't taken buy-side liquidity out yet, so keep that in mind. And we do have a 15-minute fair value gap that's in premium that's waiting for us up above, right? So that whole area there is an area where if you rise above this, you potentially could aim for that PD array first. So that's what I'll look for. But yeah, I have to get going now. Unfortunately, had a good trade in the morning, but got to get going now. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to leave this on to record price action. But we'll watch throughout the day, and I will do this kind of thing where I shift over to a monitor like this, and then I bring this over here so I can still get a sense of what we're looking for next. Note relative equal highs formed at Asia high. And then we'll note 16,410. Price doesn't get below 16, short-term low at 16,410. I expect that premium 15-minute SIBI red box to be traded to. And of course, if you get up there, what's the what's resting up there, right? So if you get all the way up here, you've got a rejection block at 16,563, right? Maybe it'll be easier for me to keep this down here and kind of expand this so you can see the hourly chart a little bit easier. And we see a rejection, 1 hour rejection block of 1653 as well. So I could probably keep this maybe like up here, and then I'll keep the notes here. So I'll try to keep blurbs going throughout the rest of the day. Forex Circle, gonna hop off. We'll catch up later. Keep going. Thank you. Appreciate it. ABS, free to like traders. Yep. Appreciate it, Sean. Free to like. Okay, cool. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. Let me come on camera briefly before I stop over. So thank you very much for watching. I'm going to go back to the charts throughout the rest of the day. Thank you so much for coming on and watching. Hop off, appreciate catch up later. Keep going. Michael, thank you so much for coming on and giving me some encouragement. We appreciate it, Sean. Really fortunate to be able to see the same trade. Okay, cool. So thankful to be able to see that. Thank you very much. And as you can kind of see here, just keep noting the movement before 9:30 a.m. open if we see a Judas swing. So one thing to note, right? So 8:30 a.m. is this line here, right? Roughly. So at 8:30, what are the highs and lows that you want to keep aware of? So this high here is the most recent high. And of course, you have these relative equal lows down here. So that being said, if you see price head down to this segment here to take a few more orders, I would treat that as a movement down into, and you can kind of see here as well. So the hourly has this discount fair value gap right beneath this 5 hour, right beneath the 5 hour one here. So I would expect that to be a Judas swing. It would take out 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of liquidity, and then you could take that higher. If it trades far below this and you start to see it really displace lower, then of course your next areas of liquidity to the downside are this, what was this level? 16,410, I believe. So let's see. If you see displacement lower, 16,410 is a short-term low of interest. But I don't think we're going to get there, but I'm going to leave that there because that's a line that we have kind of waiting there to be referred to. I don't think it's going to get that low, but you never know, right? So let me put this back up here. Mike doubled on that scene. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for the likes and appreciate you all. So keep an eye out for this Judas swing lower to take out the relative equal highs during New York session or PM session. I think those will get taken out though. Retail is going to be treating this as resistance here, and I don't think that we're going to get there. I think we're going to trade down to potentially this area. Let's take a look at the swing as well. It might be easier to see on this chart, actually. So yeah, and that would put us around the 50% mark. 60% mark is where the hourly fair value gap is. So keep an eye on that, okay? All right, so I'm going to go off mic for now, and I'm going to continue recording throughout the day. Good luck today. Try not to over leverage, and we will see you in a bit. Take care, everybody. Good seeing you. Hey everyone, just popping in for a quick little look at what happened in the market. Looks like we did reach the low of 16,688.5, which we had mentioned here. So just popping in for lunch just to say hello. Hopefully you guys have had a good day trading here. I kind of knew it was going to make it up there since we breached this low, and there's no guarantee it's going to head higher, but 16,757.25, it might hit that today. I don't know, but I think it needs a little bit of a retest, but I could be wrong. But let's see. Looking back at some of the comments here. The ghost, yes, the ghost. Do you use central bank dealers range on futures? Joshua Dan, I haven't found a way to translate the CBDR yet. I need to look at those lessons a little bit further. I haven't properly incorporated them into my game yet, so I don't use them myself, but I know it's a tool out there that many do use. I've tried, but it just takes a lot of time to go back to those and check those out, and apply them in the back. I haven't done it yet. Silvius Hieronymus Asparagus was ICT here. Yes, he was. He was here a little bit earlier this morning. We were all awake around 6 to 8 in the morning Eastern, and we were trading. So, yeah, it was really great. We saw some of the same draws on liquidity. I looked later on. ICT had seen that as well. So it was really nice to get a little bit of a sense from Michael where things were going. He really helped out guide what our eyes should be looking to. It was very, very informative. So they're very good. Did ICT take the trade before the session? Yeah, you can actually see his trade. If you go here, you can click on the snipping board and you can see his trade that he took. And the one that we were talking about here, you can see that he took and exited right where we exited as well. So we were looking at the same thing, and he pointed out this 5-minute fair value gap over here. So, yeah, it was pretty neat. Pretty neat to get to trade as well. So he was here for sure. And let's see. Need to go back here. Looks like we are heading higher to get the sell side liquidity. Not sure that makes sense. Head higher to hit sell side liquidity. I think you mean buy side liquidity maybe, but yes, I agree. Limited edition ICT in the house. Yeah. I think ICT is likely gonna be doing his own thing. I am not gonna be on in the afternoon because I have meetings and lunch and stuff like that. I have meetings all day, so I'm just popping on here to say hello briefly before I go take lunch. As I have a couple meetings at 1 o'clock all throughout the rest of the day, so can't really trade much. So yeah. So pretty cool for today. 63 likes. Awesome. No, appreciate the likes. It's everyone who came here earlier. So we've reached a key level. So we had mentioned that the dollar index had reached a really key level and potentially could reverse. Now you have dollar kind of moving up while you have indices moving up. That's never a great sign. In fact, that is typically, you'll see some confused looks typically when you see that, but we did see indices retrace a little bit, but the hour SIBI low is what we always had our eyes on, and we've achieved that for the day. So it's about 12:19 now. Wait for 1:30 p.m. Look to see what kind of highs and lows reside to the left of it when 1:30 p.m. comes here. And you'll have to see if it decides to trade further up. I mean, you can just kind of look at how price is booked here, right? It's at a 4-hour bearish order block, coupled with a hourly sell side imbalance. On the real-time hour chart, it is quickly heading up towards a previous week. It's filling in a previous, like 3 days ago, there was a real-time hour gap. It's filling in that gap right now, all the way up to a high of 16,726. So 16,726 is what I would expect price to potentially reach for before you get to that weekly bearish order block. So yeah, I think that we can treat this as a short-term market structure shift back to the upside, and you can treat the movement below the new week opening gap as some of the initial Judas swing south. Now, can we head lower? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, we can head lower. This could drop out at a moment's notice, but let's see what happens at 16,757. That's a mitigation block, right? See what happens there. See what happens when you get there. If you see a really fast movement down from there, then you'll know that price is indeed aiming to head lower. So I think there's a lot of people to get squeezed, though. At that monthly bearish order block, there's a lot of people waiting to get squeezed out there. So we'll see what happens there. Johnny Lynn, 1.16K over the top subscribers, 63 likes. Yeah, no, it's all thanks to you. So really appreciate your help and support through all this. And we'll continue to just build day by day. You know, today, pretty light day for me since I wasn't able to trade. You know, trading a few micros at a time. You know, pretty much got 1-to-1 trades today, maybe a little, but 1.5 to 1, 1.5 to 1 R trades today. So nothing major, but reading the tape, getting closer, seeing the right PD arrays, that's what I care about, right? So, and that's what you should care about too. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab some lunch and then get back to work. So thank you all for continuing to watch. I'll continue to drop hints of what I see, but for the time being, let lunch consolidate. Let lunch do its thing and consolidate. It's probably going to head down a little bit before it heads up. Watch dollar. Watch dollar closely. Dollar has come down and traded to a really key level on the hourly chart. So you're going to want to watch that level. There was a rejection block there and see if dollar is willing to go higher. It's still in a consolidation zone, so it can go higher, but keep an eye on DXY. Okay, so I'm going to go back offline. Hope you have some good trading in the afternoon. And yeah, we'll catch up soon. I'll just drop it in the chat. Reminder, I am off. I am off. I am working today, so I will drop hints on Notepad where I see them. Let lunch consolidate until 1:30 p.m. All right, that's it for me. I'm gonna head back off. So good luck today, and we'll catch up after the lunchtime. Take care. All right, all right, all right. We are back live. What happened? We almost got to that old new week opening gap, but we did not quite get there. So, what a tear today. Look at what happened. London low, 16,378. Let's say 16,400. 500, 600, 700, 800, 400 points today. Ridiculous, right? So, phenomenal day for anyone that was able to trade. You can kind of see pretty much once we hit the New York Open, it was off to the races. There was no room to retrace. In fact, all that already occurred right before the bell. So we did not get a Judas swing. Shorts kept on getting short and they kept on getting squeezed every single step of the way. And each of our PD arrays, we busted all the way through. We were looking for these relative equal highs were what we were looking for. We proceeded to bust through everything here. So it was a really strange day on dollar index as well. And I would not have thought that today, even though we had a down day, kind of look at what happened throughout the day, right? I mean, we did see dollar head all the way down, but around here at around noon, that's when dollar came back up and consolidated. But what happened on our charts, right? At noon, our charts really just kept on bleeding upwards for the rest of the day, even during that afternoon silver bullet trade. So was there a silver bullet trade? Let's take a look. Actually, it'll be easier if I look at one screen at a time. Let me bring it over. So let's take a look over at the silver bullet. So we had silver bullet trade here. We had a silver bullet trade here. And we came down in this volume imbalance, but we saw a displacement. Fair value gap. Trades back down into it. You set your stop loss below this fair value gap or the short-term low, and you would have been able to profit handsomely from that rest of that hour. So plenty of plays today. So earlier today, as you may all have known or seen, you can kind of see that ICT himself was able to come in and come trade with us in the morning. So that was super cool, very unexpected. Very thankful that Michael was able to hop in here and give us some pointers there. So always feels good to get some direct tutelage. I mean, he didn't have to say much, but whatever he said we were able to really hone in on as we were looking towards the same things. So it was really good to get that experience with Michael here, and we profited greatly. We looked for the same targets, and we were done for the day pretty much. I mean, we were done before 8:30 in the morning even happened. So granted, the rest of the day it went on a monstrous roar, but that's okay. That's why you try to hold one runner. My runner got stopped out, so because I choked it up a little bit too quickly, but good lesson for later. So that being said, how did I get ICT to come join this YouTube? I honestly have no idea. I guess he was awake in the morning. He's usually, maybe he was trading London, maybe he was just awake earlier and happened to see. I don't know, but I'm not going to ask any questions. I appreciate it, and I will continue to study. Very motivational to really study and hone the price reading skill. So a lot of you came in today. There's a lot of people that were mentioning that they're having a tough time with bias, having a difficult year, and I understand that completely. I think somebody had mentioned that demo isn't the same. I gotta say, if you can trade on demo, you can trade with regular money too. It's something psychologically holding you back that real money accounts is any different than live accounts. You know, yes, I do trade live accounts, but I'm also a little bit further than those that started last year. You know, so there's plenty of time to study. There's plenty of time that you can spend on the evenings and weekends and just going back, looking through the charts, seeing if your plan works, seeing what you were looking for, seeing if your, takes on sell side allowed you to then aim for the other side. There's a lot of time that you can have to really hone your craft. So, key things that I would always recommend are make your plan so easy to read and to follow that you can write it down on a piece of paper and follow it by time by time. If you can do that, then you're going to be good. Like, you're going to be able to find your trades and trade, and it's going to be easy because you know what you're looking for, right? I mean, how do you think I can write out all these levels that we were aiming for throughout the day? There were key specific things that were key levels that I was looking for, and there were key draws. And my narrative has even shifted a little bit given this movement way above this old mitigation block here. So keep in mind, I was looking for this to turn into a mitigation block. It's not turning into one, not yet. Well, kind of, I guess. Technically, this whole thing is a bearish breaker. So high, low, higher, high, displacement lower. So we could still break down from here. Again, I think we're still too early in January to see that, but if we break down from here, this is where I would expect for us to then start to see a little movement back to the downside. So, will it happen? Don't know. Let's take a look at the daily. So on the daily chart, you can kind of see how we're in the midst of this huge market maker buy model, right? And market maker buy models typically don't end until they get past terminus. So they get past this short-term high up here. And this would mean all-time highs, yes, but at least within the past couple of years. But that would close in, if it can do that, that would close in a nice end to a January, if it's able to do that. On the daily, keep in mind, we have not, we've only breached a short-term low on the daily. On the weekly chart, we haven't done that just yet. You can see that here. We have a short-term low here, a higher low, higher high, higher short-term low as of last week. And of course, if this price does not make a lower low, then we'll have a higher low here as well. So I think that this mitigation block was very, very, very strong, right? We stopped, closed right around it, and then have started to blow up higher. So what does that mean? I think that means that we aim for this short-term high potentially, or we start to reject here and make a lower low. So there's a lot of things. We're in a pretty big premium, so we'll wait to see what happens. Let's see, Bentahar, I was just looking at charts today. I only had $70 of profit. Was waiting for it to reverse at any moment, and it didn't do it at all. Hey, $70 in profit is great. I mean, if you think about it, that's like, one contract at 25, 36.5 handles, right? Or 3 contracts of micro NASDAQ at 12.5 handles. I mean, that's great. You do that every single day. I mean, look at what that turns into. If you do that every single day, right? $70 times 5 days a week, times 4 weeks a month, times 12 months a year. I mean, that's a lot of money, dude. Like, you could do a lot. You could buy as many evaluation accounts as you want. You can go buy yourself, you could buy like a scooter or something if you wanted to, or you could invest that money. So lots of room for that to move ahead. So yeah, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong, 50 $100 a day, that adds up really quickly. And then you start putting that into investments, and then that adds up really quickly. So yeah, I think we are going to go ahead and close up for the day. I will not be doing an evening review, just waking up super early. So my work schedule means that I need to wake up early. I'll be trading 6 a.m. till 8 o'clock. And then I can then, from 6 to 8, should be able to find a trade. If I don't find a trade, well, I physically have to go into the office. So I'll just be recording tomorrow. I won't be able to really, like I did today, I won't be able to comment on the charts. So if, you'll want to definitely come in just in case ICT comes in again in the morning. But yeah, I don't feel obligated to stay after I say I have to head into the office, because I physically really won't be able to look at the charts at all being in the office. So I physically have to go to the office. So don't feel obligated to stay. I appreciate it if you do. I really do. And but don't feel obligated to stay. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'll be here the whole day, like, chatting throughout if I can during breaks. But Tuesdays and Thursdays, I don't have that luxury. So we'll be trading only in the morning and early morning at that. And that's it. So yeah, any questions? Let me see if I missed anything in the chat. I was just looking at charts today. Yeah, I saw that. Kind of used to making $1,000 per day on demo accounts. Switch. So Bentahar, if you're used to making $1,000, then you should have no problem, making $100 on micros. That's the same. It's the same movement. You can change your don't like stop looking at the dollar value and look at the pips, because if you can trade with the number of pips, you can trade with the number of ticks or points. It's the same. I mean, if you can make $30 or even $15, if you can make $15 on a micro, then that means you can make $150 on a normal e-mini. If you can make $30, that's $300 on a mini. If you can make $50, that's $500 on a mini. It's all the same, right? You can trade on demo, you can trade on micros. If you can trade on micros, you can trade on e-minis. But if you keep looking at it from a perspective of dollars, you will psychologically be not used to it at first. Until you get used to trading, then you can look at the dollars, and then that's when, you can try to get some clout on YouTube and say, hey, I did a $10,000 day. Cool. No big deal. That's awesome. Go for that. Shoot for the goal, right? And I think it's a good goal. Aim for $1,000 a day, but make sure that yeah, it's the same money management, exactly. So make sure that you can do that, and then if you can manage your money, you're set, right? If you can figure out what your higher time frame draws are and trade based on what you see in the charts, based on what you see with the correlations, then that's gonna be there. Yes, absolutely. It's easy if you're confident with your setup. Let's see, how much are you funded? So right now, I think it's like maybe it doesn't. This number literally does not matter. By the way, like when people ask you how much are you funded, and you say, oh, 200K, 300K, 400K, that number does not matter at all. What matters is the amount of drawdown that you have. So if you haven't made it past your drawdown, then your account is, 50K account's only 2,500 in drawdown. That is your account size. No matter what people say, if you see people that say, oh my gosh, I'm $1 million funded, they don't actually have $1 million funded unless they've truly built up their capital to that degree, right? whoever made the price algo is a psychopath. That is pretty funny. Yeah, whoever made the price algo definitely understood human psychology very, very well and how to play around with it. So, um, I think as we continue our journey to master trading, it's really a journey to master psychology, and you'll have a firm understanding about how people think, how to contraindicate what people think, and you'll think about things differently in everything you do. I think I'm a poker player myself, so I play No Limit Texas Hold'em, and I use this same kind of risk analysis I use in trading. I use that in poker. I use that when making key decisions. It's all about the same, you know. So, very, very good, very, very good training in real life as well. If you are noticing that you're making certain mistakes or making certain decisions and you don't know why, well, you need to go back and think about, hey, what were you thinking at this time before New York happened? Where were you thinking price was going to go? Why? What led you to that train of thought? And then what happened? You know, did it go in your favor? Did it reach to targets that you thought were going to get reached to? Or did it go the opposite direction? You know, you thought it was going to go lower, but then it went higher. You have to journal these things, and you have to look at things from a higher time frame perspective, because if you're not looking at these from a higher time frame perspective, you have no idea how those higher time frame movements impact your bias for the day, right? So you need to absolutely be paying attention to those and doing every single day, looking at it from a top-down analysis. You know, you don't have to look at the monthly every single day. You don't have to look at the weekly every day, but you need to know where you are in that whole area, right? So I need more back testing. Yes. So I would say each night, just go back like 1 or 2 or 3 days even. Just keep reviewing the past 3 days consecutively, every single new day that you finish a day of trading, you know, just always look back at those 3 days, and over time, you will start to see in 3 days worth of data, you'll start to see, hey, where were the buy stops, where were the sell stops? On the higher time frame charts, where were the buy stops, where were the sell stops? What was it aiming for? Where did it not go back down to? And where was it okay moving up from? So you'll see all of those if you just review 3 or 4 days, like, you know, at a time. But you'll get there. You'll get there. I mean, you have to believe that you'll get there, and I believe that you will get there, Bentahar. And you'll eventually get to $1,000 a day, and it's going to be easy. But you have to make it past the initial, you know, initial drawdown amounts first. Let's see. How can we? Drino says, how can we take the trade during the silver bullet because we take so much equity before the silver bullet? Yeah. So how do you take a trade during the 10 a.m. silver bullet because it's moved up so much during this time? Okay, so how you know is there's a couple of things, but it all starts with higher time frame analysis. Where are you in the greater scheme? So let me go to the 15-minute here. So remember, before this whole run happened, this is all you saw, right? So we started to see, you know, you saw the low happen here. You saw sell stops get taken out here. So what resides above this? Relative equal highs. What resides above this? Relative equal highs, right? So we know there's pools of liquidity up there. So in general, you saw on the higher time frame, meaning the 4 hour, you saw price react very, very, very much so off of this. This type of reaction off of a 4 hour premium, or sorry, 4 hour discount PD array is very, very telling. You saw that price reached even above this rejection block here. It traded really far down, but it did not create a lower low, a low lower than this low. So once you saw price do this in London, you can get a sense that, hey, it possibly can head higher. So obviously we see this run during New York Open, and then we get to the ICT silver bullet, right? Here, there's not much here on the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute, you can take a look closer, right? So this is the 10 a.m. silver bullet here. It does not trade down into this breakaway gap, but it does give you bullish order blocks to trade into. What is this? This is a bullish order block here, right? Coupled with, what is it coupled with, right? So this bullish order block is here, coupled with a fair value gap. This is one of the highest priority plays that you will ever find. So you have this play here where you could have gotten in on any one of these, right? Bullish order block trades down, and in fact, your bullish order block actually ends here, and it trades all the way down to that segment right there. So you need to trust that at 10 a.m., trust that this fair value gap can potentially be referred to, but leave room in order for this fair value gap to get touched to. So your stop had to have been down quite a bit in order to feel confident taking that. Noting, one thing to note, that once you saw this price range burst above and it holds here, you have a better shot of being able to take these longs up and above, knowing that over here we haven't reached a PD array that's above us. Remember, we had this 15-minute PD array here, right there. That was an hourly, I believe. Yeah, so this hourly PD array here. So we knew that we could still potentially reach up there, even though we had not, we just stopped just short of that and consolidated a bit, right? So we knew that eventually it was going to target this PD array. It doesn't have to go higher. It did. We had mentioned that these were two other highs that we could potentially talk through. So it all comes down to, what is the market structure doing at the time, and where is its terminus potentially? So in order to make big runs like this, you want to get to the point where you're trading with at least, 2 or 3 contracts, because you can take profit on one and let the rest ride. I made the mistake of raising my stop loss way too quickly, and I got stopped out before it could ride. Otherwise, it would have ridden the rest of the day. Bentahar, I'll sleep for now. Catch you tomorrow, Johnny. Enjoy your evening. Hey, enjoy your evening as well. Yep, enjoy your evening as well. So it all comes down to higher time frame analysis, market structure. So you're going to need to study those and understand. If you don't know what these mean, just go to ICT's channel. I mean, he has everything there, right? So just go to youtube.com, go to Inner Circle Trader, and just go into the playlists here and start with the 2022 ICT mentorship that you see here. It's not going to give you every little thing, but if you want to understand what he's looking for and apply that, that's one of the best mentorship contents and easiest to digest mentorship contents that I've seen yet. I've gone through a lot of the 2016 content and the 2023 content. I have a lot to review in the 2023 content, and I haven't made it through the price action model 3 yet. But definitely make your way over there and study that. Most of the people who are coming here have already studied some of this, right? Go back and review it. I'm finding things that I missed throughout the whole mentorship. So definitely worthwhile going back, spend your evenings, spend an hour or two. It can be very dry sometimes, and some of the lessons you're not going to find or pay attention to very much because they're very dry, right? Sure. Yeah. And Drino, what you'll find is, even though you have 6 episodes of 2022 left, you're going to find that going back and really starting to chart on your chart while rewatching them from the beginning and taking really, really good notes, you're going to find that that's going to be when you learn the most. When you look at it again, after you finish the whole series, you start to back test yourself a little bit. Then you start to rewatch the 2022 model and or any other models that you want. That's when you'll start to learn the most, because then you'll have done the work to really focus down on your charts what's happening. So that's all I do. I mean, I am by no means ICT. He is very well versed in the market. I'm by no means anywhere near him, but I am slowly growing these accounts. These performance accounts grow a little bit every single day, and my goal is to hopefully get them all to a profitable place by maybe mid-year. Hopefully we'll start to be able to take out some profits. Since I can't really like trade during the day, I miss out on pretty large moves, but with solid moves in the morning, I should have no problem crafting profit out of this. So all right, so good luck. Thank you very much for joining the stream today. ICT will probably, now that he knows that I'm here, there's a good chance he'll pop in and put some pressure to see how I'm learning and trading, at least before February 6th comes around, when he's going to be starting the Robins tournament. So I look forward to that. I, for one, look forward to that, and I hope you do too. So one thing that I was able to do is I was able to put a link up. So there were some people that asked me about what computer I use, and I finally linked that computer of mine here. So you'll see Falcon trading. I only have one computer for my trading, and this is one of the greatest laptops that I was able and fortunate enough to save up to buy, right? So on laptops, I like trading laptops because then I can move them around. They are expensive in terms of the average person, but 1 or 2 payouts and you'll be able to pay for the laptop very quickly. So what I did was I bought the Falcon F30 and I upgraded to 64 gigs of RAM. And then everything else I kept pretty basic, but you can take a look at these here. That that link is here. This Falcon trading computers. It's actually the computer that ICT recommended me. So they make computers for traders. So if you really want to get serious about it, you're gonna end up coming here and checking out this site, and you'll be able to see where is it? I think it was this one. You can choose to be, whether or not you want desktops or laptops. You can choose either, but desktops are going to be cheaper and they're going to give you better power, much more room to trade around with. But if you are planning on moving around and trading as a business, then you're going to want to take a look at these laptops. So check it out. I put the link now over in my YouTube. I need to find that again. I don't know where it is, but yeah, I lost it. It goes here. So yeah, that's about it. Apex is actually running another sale, but the key point for the sale this time is that Apex is running a 71% sale now. Don't buy these if you're not ready. But one thing that's really key is that from now until January 11th, so just a handful of days, they're allowing you to pass in one day. So you can, if you purchase something and you hit a run and you pass straight to the performance account in one day. Do I recommend this? No. Have I done this before? Yes, absolutely. You need to have the right amount of saved up cash for you to be able to do this, because these accounts, they will add up over time. Each 50K account costs you maybe $44, 48 bucks, I think. So like around 50 bucks. So just be careful with that, okay? I don't want you to be blowing your accounts like crazy. You can still pass in a couple of days. Don't risk too much. But if you really want to, you are going to be able to pass these in one day for the next few days. So that's just a heads up for people that didn't know about that. You can always click on this link. I go to, this is the Apex trading firm that I use to trade. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's it for today. We're going to close up shop now. And yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. So, again, to remember, tomorrow I'm not going to be physically here, so don't rely on me. Try to find a different streamer if you really need to have somebody explain price to you. I will be awake at 6 to 7 in the morning, and so Eastern time. So if you're up, I will see you then. All right. Let me see if I missed anything in the chat here. Yeah, thanks a lot. Goodbye. Yeah, Drino. Yeah, absolutely. So I will be awake at 6
luck with
to
the
7 in the
2022.
morning.
I think you'll do great.
So
Just,
Eastern
you know,
time. So
try to
if you're
be
up, I
diligent
will
with
see you
it.
then.
Try to go slowly. And,
All right.
I think you'll be fine.
Let me see if
So
I missed anything.
have a great
in the
evening,
chat
everybody.
here.
Get some rest. Stay hydrated.
Yeah,
and
thanks
I
a
will
lot.
catch up
Goodbye.
with you
Yeah,
bright and
Drino.
early
Yeah,
tomorrow.
absolutely.
Thanks for joining.
So
Take care.
I will be awake at
Good
6
luck with
to
the
7 in the
2022.
morning.